Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some more Final Fantasy XIV. Sorry about the fact that I didn't stream yesterday. I kind of had a bit of a headache that I think I started having like after the Tuesday stream. Basically the collab. So yeah, didn't exactly feel like having a stream yesterday since I just had a headache. But the plan for today is quite simple. I'm gonna quickly do the blue quest for the dwarves because we have that. I've had their rep filled out, I think, since Tuesday actually. And then the plan is basically just to go ahead and hold on. Yeah, because that's a comedic cough. Then we're basically just going to get started on patch 5.5 and patch 5.55. Since, yeah. I'm not ending the stream today until I've finished up the MSQ for Shadowbringers. That's just what I'm thinking. So, let's talk to Ronit and do I heard you like tanks?
It's time to work on the most interesting part of the Roland Tankard's design, the cannon. Me and the others have a few things to go over first, so come and join us in the usual place.
And usual place is where? Ah, there. Makes sense.
But those bastard Sin Eaters won't even get the chance to test our defenses if we blow their heads off first. That's why we need a cannon. The bigger, the better. Course, there were no Sin Eaters back in What's-His time, but with a bit of Thole ingenuity.
Hold it right there. Aren't you afraid I'll steal your secrets? And why did you even invite me to this meeting in the first place?
Well, you want me to finish building these tanks, don't you? Our reasons might be different, but we're working towards the same goal. Yeah. Besides, you've already built the brewery, the ethanol mill, and shared a bunch of your secrets with us. You're on board now whether you like it or not.
I didn't agree to become one of your lackeys. I come and go as I please. And how do I know all this stuff about Sin Eaters isn't some elaborate ruse? You could be building these war machines to attack Kamra.
Well, we weren't planning to, but now that you mention it. Ozog, that's a load of claptrap and you know it. If we wanted to invade Kamra, it'd be as easy as snatching the helmet off a baby, and we wouldn't need no tanks, neither. We just want to help people, that's all. Ain't that right?
Humph. That's all very noble, I'm sure, but I'm only here for one thing, Watts's hammer. If getting my hands on it means I have to help with your idiotic plan, so be it.
Idiotic. That's rich coming from you. And maybe you should wait till I've finished explaining about the cannon before you start judging. You mean to say Sin Eaters won't run away, even if they're injured? What's his beard? What have we gotten ourselves into?
Why injure them when you can kill them outright? They won't be getting up again if you blast them to smithereens. A nice bit of gunpowder should do the trick, but I wouldn't trust you thalls not to blow yourselves to bits in the process.
Shauna, you fought Sin Eaters, haven't you? Got any suggestions?
Let's see. Burning them with magic from a distance usually gets the job done. A beam of pure energy. It'll look pretty too. Let's go with this one because that's honestly what I've just been doing for the most part.
To know about that, mate. I think hiring a qualified mage to go along for the ride might get expensive. But if there was a way to produce a similar effect using machinery, that would be worth exploring.
The only method I can think of would be to charge a crystal with ether and then release it all in one go. Though I hate to say it, but this is rather outside of my field of expertise.
Why don't you ask that Lorithia lady over at Clear Melt? She used to be an engineer. It's worth a try, I guess. I'd feel a lot better if you came with me, for moral support, like. To tell the truth, I find her a bit intimidating. Anyway, let's get going.
Okay. Go and speak with her then. Or actually, it's running to me talk to, but we need to go and essentially, I guess, talk with Dorothea. I think her name was. I'm forgetting now.
Phew. Thank the gods you're here. I was afraid I'd have to talk to her by myself. Ah well, here goes nothing. Lolly-ho, old crone.
Maybe not the best thing to say.
Bloody hells. I see your manners haven't improved since the last time we met. Whatever it is you came to say, spit it out. I've got guests arriving soon. You want to fit the tanks with ether cannons? So you do have more than sawdust in that head of yours.
Seems like a backhanded compliment to me, but I'll take it all the same. Though I must admit, I'm not used to working with ether and whatnot. Don't suppose you know anything about it?
As a matter of fact, I'm the one who designed the crystal cannons lining the walls of the Crystarium.
Nah, you're pulling my leg. I've had a lot of strange coincidences lately, but that's not even remotely feasible. Wait, you're serious, aren't you?
Of course I am. But if you want me to share my secrets, you'd better make it worth my while.
I know where this is leading. You're gonna send us to the ends of the earth on some god's forsaken errand, just to test our resolve, aren't you?
No, you bloody idiot, that's not what I mean at all. Listen, I have some friends coming over for tea and I want the pair of you to join us.
Tea. That's slightly less perilous than I was expecting. But what does that have to do with anything?
If you shut your pie hole, you might find out. My guests are twin sisters whose supply caravans run the length and breadth of Norvrand. I reckon they'll have more than a passing interest in buying those tanks of yours.
Buy? You mean to tell me we could make a profit on these tanks? I was planning to give them away for nothing, but I might as well take the opportunity to line my pockets.
It's clear your friend's not much of a businessman, so you'd better do the talking. I still have some things to prepare before my guests arrive, so give me a few moments, would you? Now that everything's in order, we're ready to begin. Try not to look so tense, dear.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to engage Lorithia's guests in polite conversation and extol the virtues of Ronit's master plan. Choose the best responses and generate interest in the rolling tankard. This coming together of great minds, plus Ronit, will take several minutes. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations.
I just love that it's like this coming together of great minds and run it. Like, he is pretty smart. Don't need to like diss him like that. So we need to pick the right dialogue options apparently.
What a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. Lorithia tells us you're in the transportation business, much like Kobleva and I. Yes, we were rather hoping you'd help us with a little problem we've been having of late, hordes of ravenous sin eaters. Terribly irritating, as I'm sure you can imagine. Is it true that you and yours are presently engaged in the construction of some sort of vehicle capable of warding off such assailants?
Ward off? More like, or turn them into mincemeat. More like, it transports goods safely, repelling all manner of threats. Let's go with that instead of being. I think we're supposed to be more like proper and not like, I don't know how Ron would be speaking.
Well, that does sound rather impressive. This could be precisely what we need.
If any sin eaters dare show up, the Roland tankard can deal with them before they get anywhere near. Heh, seems like you've got a way with words. Keep this up and they'll be putty in our hands.
It does occur to me, however, that this all seems awfully complicated. Those used to working with Amaro may struggle to operate these vehicles of yours.
The controls are manned by a purpose-built automaton. What could possibly go wrong? Just pull the levers and see what happens. It's controlled by an automaton.
The wonders of modern technology never cease to amaze me. Machines driving machines. Whatever next? That's a surprisingly good idea. If all it takes is giving instructions to the automaton, anyone could do it. Quite an elegant solution, I must say.
You just made that up, didn't you? Ah well, we can work all that out later. For now, carry on doing what you're doing.
While this is all very intriguing, young Ronit, I would feel much more comfortable doing business with you if I could see your face, that I may better read your intentions. Though I do not doubt your sincerity, consider it a matter of courtesy.
You want me to take off my helmet? But
Then what, you wanted to dance on the table for you? If I'm not mistaken, the dwarves are not allowed to remove their helmets. Like, under any circumstances.
Oh, I beg your pardon. That was incredibly rude of me. We are, much to our embarrassment, unfamiliar with dwarven customs. You were very kind to intervene and prevent any further impertinence on our part.
thanks, Shauna. If you weren't here, I don't know what I would have done.
Well, I think we've covered most of the pertinent points. There is, however, one last thing we would like to ask before we reach a decision. What do you think we sisters value most in all the world?
Your answer, please.
Honesty. Excitement. Probably say honesty.
Oh dear. That's not quite the answer we were looking for. We would like to think that honesty is the bare minimum we can expect from others, especially those with whom we would do business. Luckily, we have been able to ascertain through the course of this conversation that the two of you possess this in abundance.
Phew. That was a bit of a struggle, but we got there in the end. Nicely done. Irielva and Kobleva's warm response bodes well for Ronit and his rolling tank arts. It appears that you have secured buyers for his tanks, provided they reach completion.
Of course, seeing is believing. Once the tanks are finished, you should put on a demonstration. We'd all be interested to see those ethereal cannons in action, but actually getting them up and running will be no easy task, I assure you. Lucky for you, I know just the man to point you in the right direction. I'll write you a letter of introduction requesting he help you in this little endeavor.
Okay.
Give this letter to Rosard in ballistics. He looks a bit imposing, but he's friendly enough. Then again, if it's you doing the asking, I'm sure he'd be more than happy to help.
One of these days, the people of Norvrend will be climbing over each other for the chance to do me a favor, just you wait and see. But until then, I've got a lot of work ahead of me, so let's get going.
Okay. Towards the Xterium. And speak with Rosard? That was their name. There's just a bunch of people standing over there. Huh. Huh. I don't know you could end up here.
Greetings. What can I do for you this fine morning?
Using those are the ether cannons. Some may wonder why, in this day and age, people still rely on such outdated forms of communication and have not upgraded to something more modern, such as smoke signals, for example.
And blow their bloody heads off. That's the plan, anyway. Ho ho. If it's ether-based firepower you're after, I have just the thing. Right behind me, as it happens. This model was mass-produced and installed along the perimeter of the Crystarium, specifically to deal with Sin Eater assaults. Those bastards soon give up the ghost after a blast of concentrated ether to the face. Wahaha. I like the sound of that. I can't take the credit for these crystal cannons, though. Lorithai is the one who originally designed them. I suppose you could call her my mentor. If she says I'm to assist you, who am I to refuse? Now, let me see about getting you copies of our cannon blueprints. A pleasant surprise, I take it? Ha, that's the Lorithia I know. Behind that sharp tongue and piercing gaze, she's one of the most caring people you'll ever meet. I expect she appreciates what you're doing, especially considering what happened at Holminster. Not to mention that we in the Crystarium owe much and more to you for restoring the night sky. It's not every day we get the chance to aid the warrior of darkness herself. At any rate, every Sin Eater your tanks put down is one less for our soldiers to deal with, so sharing the plans for the crystal cannons is the least we can do. In the meantime, I'll look forward to hearing of your success. It won't be long before tales of the Roland tankards are on the lips of everyone in Norvrend. Many thanks, Rosard. Come on, Shauna. We've got cannons to build. To the anvil.
Okay. Also, I actually found out where the last sightseeing point is located here in Starium. Apparently it is like right over here-ish. up on the stalls that are like located right here. I don't entirely know how to get up on them other than maybe jumping from catwalk up there. Or maybe I can actually jump onto them from here. It's basically located right up there, so it's just how to get there. I can maybe jump down from up there. Oh yeah, something I can actually mention while we're moving there. I finally managed to get all of my classes to, or all of my jobs to level 60. Or at least to level 60, so that's pretty nice. The last one I was missing was just a machinist, but I managed to get that one up, I think it was yesterday. So, yeah, pretty nice. I even got some, it's like 3 achievements at once. Yeah, I got this one for hitting level 60, then this one for getting all of the see, Gladiator, Pugilist, Marauder, Lancer, Archer, Rogue, Dark Knight, and Machinist to level 60. Got the Grandmaster of War, and because I had gotten Mastering War 2 and Mastering Magic 2, I basically got the Warlord Crown. And I think it was maybe today, or maybe it was yesterday, I don't remember right now. I also ended up getting 1000 Fates completed. Okay, I need to actually sprint in order to get there. That's a bit annoying. Basically, think I might as well just try and get that one. Should maybe be able to do it by just doing this. Yep. And that should be all of the sightseeing vistas in the Stadium. Yep, looks like it. Okay, let's switch back over to Leatherworker and head over to what's his anvil. So we can basically finish up the Dwarf quest, and then we can get started on patch 5.5.
I swear, everywhere we go, people treat you like you're some sort of hero. I suppose being a hero's most trusted friend is the next best thing, so I'll settle for that. Having said that, when it comes to building these tanks, you're still my assistant. Huh? And it just so happens I've got some work for you. There's more to these cannons than just crystal, as you can probably guess. In fact, there are so many different parts, it makes my head spin just thinking about it. I reckon there are a few things you can put together for me, though. Shouldn't be too hard for someone as skilled as you. As usual, you'll find everything you need in the Fetch-O-Matic Mechatoad. And if not, well, you're a clever lass. You'll come up with something.
Okay, get the materials. Okay, crystal cannon supplies. And it just needs to be crafted, doesn't need to be any sort of specific high quality stuff.
Well, don't keep me in suspense.
Okay, the various components and concoctions contained within this crate will one day go on to form some of the most advanced weaponry in Northrend. No doubt the crate itself will look back on this time as one of the highlights of its career.
Heh. Looks like all that time spent around a master engineer like me is paying off. Once I've built and fine-tuned the cannon, the prototype tank will be ready. After that, it's just a matter of producing more of the same as quickly and cheaply as possible. Not that I'll be cutting any corners, mind.
Got what looks like a big tank.
With the final piece of the puzzle, the crystal cannon, in place, the rolling tankard prototype is all but complete. However, this marks only the beginning of Ronit's plans, as it will take more than a single tank to ensure the safe transportation of goods to and from various locations across Northrend.
And move up. Guessing. And just once this is gone.
You have achieved respected new dwarf beast tribe. Furthermore, you will be these additional quests. You now have access.
Okay. Most important thing, more things I can buy. Okay. I think it's just the Iron Frog Keeper that I can get for housing. So I'll basically have to do those later today after the stream. Anyway, switch over to Summoner. Our Carbuncle. And head over to Ronit's Toll and get started onto the breach. And hopefully deal with those weird towers that appeared. Okay. Say, what does this quest involve? I think we're going to Alamigo and being part of the some talks. That picture alone.
Good news, Shauna. Thancred and Urianger have finished their tour of Garlemald, and are on their way back here even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say.
Ah, a welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Elisai, Jiraha, and Shauna. But I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could.
As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't all been tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back. Though I can't help noticing that we're one Urianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you?
Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried. And I did try. Repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Robin and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald.
Then mayhap you would do the same for us.
Indeed. It was just as Lice said. Worse, in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see.
Such devastation.
Nerva and the IIIRD, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Vandaniel? Perhaps. Or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather, transform it.
Transform
Okay.
it? Into what?
That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Urianger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of ether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet as unnerving as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed, or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Vandaniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our... Well, be sure to save some for Urianger. Which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Robin is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this.
In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter, as I promised Kryl. We need not all attend.
Very well, I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Urianger before the meeting.
Okay. Off to Alamigo then.
My friends. Much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. As are we to see you safely returned from your mission, Urianger. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, well. If it isn't Alphinaud and his merry band.
Hey, buddy.
Arenvald. Whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I am sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Elysian are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great auroch such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. Twas not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Moenbrida towered over me nonetheless.
I honestly did not know that Ellison didn't get really tall until like in their 20s.
Arenvald brings out the best in Alphinaud, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing.
So what exactly brings you here? Oh, Fordula, mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait. Does this have something to do with the towers? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, all right? If Fordula is going with him, that must mean. My apologies. As Arenvald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it.
Here's the cutscene.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. 'Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrix. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Teleforoi's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones.
Made sure to inform Jamoldva and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fordola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I a part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, Ray. It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, The fact is, I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian.
Nice.
And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Sorrow.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
Okay. I'm actually gonna really quickly just no, that's the wrong one. It's the one to open, and I'll be just right back. I'm just gonna quickly go out and fill up my water bottle with some more water. So yeah. I'm gonna be gone for maybe like 30 seconds or so. Be back in just a second. Alright, I'm back. Okay, here be dragons.
So Estinine was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there is no time to lose.
Speak with Alphino in Ishgard. Right next to the Aetherite. Nice. It's gonna make it a lot faster to get there. Unless Alphino's gonna be like, hey, yeah, just go around and look for him.
All present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estanine.
That is actually what he is doing.
Since we're relatively new to this place, Jirha and I will look around the open spaces, the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Shauna can delve into the nooks and crannies.
Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estanine. Good luck. I think I shall begin at the Sky Steel Manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congregation? Lucia may well have heard news of our friend's return.
Okay. Hey, Lucia, have you seen our Dragoon friend? The shirt Dragoon?
Good evening to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Imeric sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search of him. To what then do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No. We were not aware Sir Estanine had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Imeric, only to find him absent? In any event, I am afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better.
Okay, speak with Elsie at the airship landing. See Graha and Elsie, but no one else.
Sir Estanine is every bit as elusive as Urianger suggested.
It might be a voice acted cutscene.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence.
Estinian?
Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Wait, did you think that's Alphino?
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
That's not Alphino.
Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
Oh no.
I am not Alphino!
Oh.
If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Oh god.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Stop fangirling, dude.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
It was just kind of like, the fuck is happening?
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
Perhaps he sees them as the brothers he never had. I think he learned how to talk with people rather than at them. Well, you can't keep him all to yourself forever. Let's go with that one.
Keep him to my... You're joking, aren't you? I'd be glad if someone would take him off my hands.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azisla.
Azisla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azisla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard. Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less... blunt?
Tiamat summoned Bahamut once before. She may have again, willfully or no. So this is the Delta Quadrant, where countless dragons yet lie imprisoned, the great Tiamat among them.
Not to complain, but I didn't expect to find myself here again quite so soon.
It has been quite some time since last I set foot in Azilla, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant. But I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her.
Well then, Shauna is the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face.
Just really had to finish up doing some ice. Yeah. Even now she remains a prisoner of the Elegant Empire. To say it helped that Mikasoma was there to introduce me. Let's go with that one.
Ah, yes. You were a friend of her father. I too have met with Tiamat.
Oh?
After the Dragon Song War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a WYRM who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own. And I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her.
Hey. Right. Indignation. I think that's what it says.
Tiamat awaits. This way.
Proceed to the designated location.
To think that man is responsible for all this, and so much else that dragonkind has suffered.
Resigned to her fate though she may be, I cannot help but feel that we may be able to help Tiamat, would she only let us. So this is one of the 7 great WYRMS. Even thus confined, her presence is overwhelming.
Justinian has nothing to say.
My sire's mortal companion. What bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Ah. That my sins should be repeated. I sensed not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Merisidia. Our children. the Icon claimed their souls when first he manifested. And robbed of their will, they became tools for the Allagan's dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Yes. The dragons of Murasidai are at the mercy of this Asian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Asians. Vile minions of darkness. Again you would profane the memory of my beloved, and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have from me, Slayer of Dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Santalan infan antosk, Kous rent on.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire. But words shall have to suffice.
Ale o esk an in. Ale kum ak in.
Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence. You too were exposed
to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Snoska dramon kin. Nestra in. Illes I. Nesh an. And ala.
Indeed. Ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price.
Unmik. Nalstra ul an. Antal an. Smon. Tahi an.
But it is of little matter. For even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Sahaan, Seth Sol, Kin Bahamut, and
A chance to make amends. To lay Bahamut's memory to rest.
An Sumon, Na An Ingles, Snaloles Dish An, Na Ala An Ul An Sin An, Stan In.
When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary. And now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow. For the debt I owe to Hydaelyn, and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man.
Okay.
It won't make up for what she's suffered at the hands of men, but if there's a chance we can free her, truly free her, we owe it to her to try.
I confess, my heart was in my throat when Estanine thought to berate her, but it appears to have had the desired effect. It would seem she still has some pride after all. Let's see if she's as good as her word. While Porxies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger, and immeasurably more powerful, than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her.
Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here?
Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Alligans kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you, then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. I know Alphinaud and Shauna here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estanine, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of the star, though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair. And I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first step towards a brighter future. And now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tateru's famous tea? And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Ahem. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Ah yes. We are familiar with it. The Atherochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this. A spirit vessel, containing a small amount of my blood.
That might help.
Which you just happened to be carrying around with you.
I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambros, Urianger, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels in the transference not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines. And so I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try, at least. Agreed. We will take good care of it. To the flagship, then.
Okay. Off to the flagship. Like it's right around there. Do we need to be? Right there, it seems. Yep.
I would rather leave these Alagan contraptions to you and Alphanod. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding.
Okay. Search for the necessary Alagan nodes. Just one.
Warning. Scheduled Dragon Restraint Maintenance due in -2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release.
Okay.
BZZZT. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. BZZZT. These nodes, or whatever it is you call them, why do they quiver so?
Question? I don't know. There it is.
KRRR. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advise deployment of automated combat units. Proceed.
Okay, and meet up again.
Infernal things. One of them sent a swarm of mechanical Vilcan to plague me. I must have angered it. I am afraid, Estinine, and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything?
Kind of. Did a note which smelled like a burnt hair. It's a chirping note which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. I have found a way to activate mechanical sentries, if that's any help. Is this one?
Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the note of which Jira has spoke. And it was chirruping, you say? Very well, let us take a closer look.
Okay. The field trial spirit vessel to access the glamorous note, I guess.
Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family. Or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps.
One never knows when a small portion of royal elegant blood might come in handy, which is why Granatia keeps this vessel about this person.
New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name.
Shalvajula, Albino, Leveler, or Estidian from Blood. Let's go with Albino.
But that's just confusing. Amusing as you may find my name, I must ask that you use Shauna Majula. Please. Username changed. Welcome, Shauna Majula. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready.
Hey.
Error, unable to disengage restraints of the specimen Tiamat. A system update is required. A system update? What do you suppose it is asking of us?
I could hazard, I guess. Smash its pieces. Could hazard, I guess.
Well, that's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it has received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying. But I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it.
I get the feeling that Estidian is not a big fan of technology. Okay, for vengeance. Okay.
Guiding user to terminal. This way, please.
Okay. Kind of wondering how many quests we actually have left, because I believe the entirety of 5.5 and 5.56 was like 9 quests in total.
Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Warning, errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update, 5 years, 1 day. That is, rather longer than we were hoping. Aren't there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain. Just tell me if we've made any progress.
It just sounds like a old person who has no knowledge of technology and just wants it to work.
I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link Pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return it to Jirahatia once this is over. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allagan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead. To find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too?
Enemy or no, I want to understand him. I will try, yes. If that fails, I'll remember him. Certainly after I wipe that smile off his face. I want to understand him.
But did he not tell you that he was beyond reason? If he wishes to die, I say we oblige him. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited. And there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphanaut has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others.
Okay. Go and speak with Elisei. Who I'm guessing has been working along Braha. Basically deal with the he will probably have attempted at least to have untempered Tiamat, I'm guessing.
If this Fandaniel truly is without reason or creed, he is no better than a rabid dog. Treat with him if you must, but be ready to do what is necessary. So the spirit vessel proved useful after all? Excellent.
Estinine told me all as well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphinaud's absence that he's needed elsewhere? Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to Nodes, Jiraha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition.
Our readings confirm that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely.
Meaning I'll need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance.
Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference?
Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk, it's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphinaud to disengage the restraint's ethereal dampers. I'm counting on you, Angelo.
Ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Alleg. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Shauna, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past.
Okay. Tell me your war with the men of Alec. Tell me of Bahamut and the Asians. Let's go with this one.
Wicked, bloodthirsty creatures. Not content with their own lands, they brought fire and death to Merisidia, our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Merisidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlayan scholar Rurusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era, correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself.
Again, Angelo.
When first the children of men arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion, such was their fear of dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time, they knew peace and prosperity. But as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife. Until, one day, they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony, too, were fated to end. For the men of Alexsla my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Asians. The rest, thou knowest only too well.
But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of the Asians together. And you and your beloved will have justice.
Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run.
Ugh. Thanks for the vote of confidence, I swear, when this is over.
Keep going, Elisa. The magic is working.
While I knew this wasn't going to be easy, no patient could have prepared me for treating a great WIRM. But we're close. I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give, with yours and Jiraha's, this will work.
Then I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require.
Careful, I might hold you to that. All right, here I go.
Which cutscene, perhaps?
No! I'm almost there!
Let's just turn this back on. Oh. It's us that are doing that. I had a feeling.
This is it, Angelo!
Es ließ an. Mich es tight.
Yes, I feel it. The icon's grip groweth weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Release the shackles.
Task in Santal Ankin in way.
Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts. Their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children.
Slosk an ol fol kail an. Slosk seth so.
Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace.
Offer 10. More old. One Lis an. Do old an.
Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
She's in an
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Bahamut, my beloved.
Jas. Asa. Fesk an.
For vengeance and atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest Amalta settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Oh, he rides her. Cool. Can we assume that that means that that is Estinian's mount?
While I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinine and Tiamat in battle, 'twould be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less.
Flames of War.
I have already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Ul'dah, at the Hall of Flames.
Thanks for the follow, and welcome to the stream. Nico Konat. I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to pronounce your name, but I'm guessing Nico. It's gonna be fine. If you want me to pronounce your full name, I can try and do that. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Just playing some Final Fantasy, trying to complete the Shadowbringers MSQ.
Let us collect Alphanod, and be on our way.
And I think I might have a dungeon very soon. I'm not mistaken. And team is now 3. Nice. Yeah, Nico, your name is like a pun on coconut. I kinda had a feeling that it might be something like that. Okay, I'll just go with Nico then. Okay, so where are we supposed to be going? Also, we're in a sanctuary according to the chat log. I might have missed what they said, but I did not expect us to suddenly appear in Ulta like that. That's a bit surprising. Ah.
Now, I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say the Telefora we have other plans. Pigulthin is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Tarapin at their head. Well, now. Given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. 'Tis good to hear that Ulda has not abandoned the Imulja. Abandon them? Did we not profess to be their friends?
Animo.
Your Grace.
And whoever that other Lalafell is.
Marshal Tarapin had made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Ulda alone in its resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pigulthin. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested. For we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Imulja show any signs of tempering. Strange. What primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so? Primals are not wont to serve a master, Asian, or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him. And Shauna and others like her wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you.
Okay, Animo.
It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities.
Well, I for one am inclined to do as her grace requests. Lest we forget, Arenvald and Fordula are in Pigulthin on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed. To the airship then.
Okay. And yep, it's just straight up to the airship landing. Duh. Airship landing.
Greetings. We've been expecting you. But say the word, and we shall depart for Pagulton at once.
Okay, and we unlock the dungeon. At least I think it's a dungeon. It's a dungeon because we can get all of the party members or the other science with us. Okay. Wondering is... Nope. He is not online, so I guess I'll just try and queue up normally. And that's a 12-minute queue time. Guess while we wait, I could go and try to get to more of the sightseeing box. Let's see, I'm still missing a few in Colusia, and I don't really remember where any of them are. If I've seen any of them. I do know of a few locations in Raktika, though, so might as well go there and try and get those. Plus, we'll also just get to listen to some more Lahi, which is always great. Okay, so out to the brow this way. Now, I don't remember the exact location, but I believe on a branch along this way. I think it might be over there. I think one of those located. Yep. I've basically been flying past this one several times while doing the quests. Let's see. Do I have any more in Raktika? So I got 2 more in Raktika. Let's see, we got this one, which is located there. That one, which was, I think, up here? Maybe? Or was that... Oh no, it was actually down there. Or one of those. Or something's conquest, I guess. Ah, up there. Then even now, so then the question is just where are the remaining ones? Let's see, there might be one down here. I feel like I've seen one over here at one point. Oh, yep, there is. Okay, where else could there be one? Perhaps there might be some either in Slitherbow, would make sense, or perhaps up this general area. But honestly, I don't really know. Okay, let's see here, Slitherbow. Are there any that I can spot somewhere? Oh, not in here. This place is also empty. Oh, this old room. That's also empty. I get the feeling that there isn't anything what I'm looking for in here about. Oh well. See, I feel like most of the locations are basically mostly sightseeing spots are like located near a sort of marker. So far, because there's this place, then there's this one. Like that one was down there. That one was near the Fruit of the Protector. This one was at one of these three. This one was up there, and that one was in Fanau, the town. So it doesn't look like there's anything near the Wild Vitae. So Bow Rest, maybe. Look like it. Also, we got the dungeon, so we're probably gonna end up somewhere after the dungeon is done. I am not really sure how to pronounce this dungeon. Packlitha? Lithan? Packlithan? I think it might be. Some MLJ and Ramalja, and that's Tiamat. Saint Herman, you shall torment my children no longer. Nice. So MLJ and also whatchamacallit, the Empire, I guess. Apparently, our Tsang basically asked if it was okay with the big holes. This is one thing I hate being a caster is just the whole, oh yeah, I can't really do DPS on the move. least depending on the spells, it might be difficult. I just noticed it's not even Imperials, it is tempered Imperials. It looks like we're actually working together with some of the tribes. And that's a big kitty. Oh boy. So we basically get AoEs that follow us that we are gonna once basically place around the area, then was a just unavoidable AoE. Thunder Call. Okay. So those are just AoEs that appear. To be honest, it seems simple enough, this boss. Assuming that the critical rib is just a, I don't know, tank buster. Oh, I just noticed what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to like bring them out to lightning things out to these killers in order to basically make them, I don't know, get placed on that. Our tank has a lot of ability stacks on them. Okay.
What took you so long?
The MLJA are in trouble.
Let's split up.
Let's split up.
Well, I shall fly to their aid. And next is... Ah, there's the tower. That's the one we're going for, I guess. Or trying to move towards. Oh, we can also see the dragons just flying around.
Oh, no, you don't.
Ooh. Team is helping us, it seems. I wonder if we're about to get to another boss. Looks like it's somewhat close by. Ah, yep, there it is. Finish your aid, then let us crush the cursed war machines. Oh, out to this side. Clear strike at the enemy's heart. Guessing the defensive reaction is just gonna knock us down. Maybe not. Okay, so it does that 3 times and then that knocks us down. Which one we need to deal with more enemies. Okay, don't get hit by that. This one certainly has a lot of positioning we need to do. Go. Oh, and that just completely destroys the entire thing. Nice. Okay. Arrive at Sunseats. That is a cool looking thing. What the fuck? Okay, that looks pretty fucking cool. It's a complete, like, orange, like, field. What's up, Tiamat? Oh. To ride on dragons? Okay, that's pretty fucking cool as well. I feel like it's rare that we have these sorts of like cinematic things. Guessing that little place over there is the final area. Oh yeah, that is definitely gonna be where we finish the dungeon. Thinking that I'm gonna save Bahamut and also buff for when we actually fight the last boss here. I'm sure that's the next thing we're going against. Which, yep, looks like Luna Bahamut. Or is it gonna be a fight that we do while Tiamat and Luna Bahamut are fighting? Okay. Nice. The Bahamut. Twisted Scream, what does that do? That's 8 damage. And there are AoE things that are slowly appearing, which are making AoEs around them. Okay, Archon, that is stack marker. Okay, and keep stack, it seems. So it's done casting. Okay, Mega Flare. I'm assuming don't stack with that. Okay, we're actually supposed to move out of the way earlier. We'll do that. Oh. There's that thing. Just gonna place down a constantly spamming thing, it seems. But I did not really see where I was supposed to stand there. Okay, kick a flare. Let's just AoE damage. I'm wondering if the environment has any additional stuff. There's nothing right now, so I need to just go to Bahamut phase. It's basically wondering if the Bahamut was gonna like leave again. Oh, it was in the middle. Doesn't matter. We've managed to beat the Bahamut. Nice. And no victory sort of emote, just I don't know, serious stare. Let's get to the healer and read on that. Okay, and I'm guessing cutscene usually happens at the end of these during the quests.
Sol Ash An Esk Snodo in Aisto.
Children of man. The shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt.
Antal An in Aisto. Antal Afa Snalosk En I Ash An Dran Mira
By your deeds are we set free. And free we shall remain, as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Murasidai hearken to the lies of the Asians. This I vow.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well.
With each
Long have our peoples waged war, but no more.
Almost true, Lord Chief.
Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
You would make peace with Ulda then? We would be proud to call you our allies. Let us put the past behind us. We would be proud to call you our allies.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
About that tower, what exactly do they do? Oh, sometime earlier inside the Eccleston tower. Oh, that looks bad. Fuck is? Oh, that's an Amalja. Several of them. What the fuck?
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Bad idea.
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them! We're leaving, now!
That can't be good. That looks pretty damn bad. That's Ifrit.
No.
Or a version of Ifrit.
No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
Did he die? Or what? So, Alphino, there you are.
While it would be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Fandaniel, we have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we have received word of Arenvald's safe return.
I wonder if Arenval is okay. He might be dead. I feel like it was also kind of like death flags that were being made when he was talking to Alphino. Let's go with this one. Oh, and looks like cutscene. Or no, wait.
You may now enter Pigglefin.
That was just that message. The dust settles. If I'm not mistaken, is that? Yep, that's the last quest of patch 5.5. Means we have just 4 quests left.
Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave science.
Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the frontistry.
Your grace. Whatever is the matter?
As our troops withdrew from Pigglefin, they came upon the 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend, I believe, had been wounded, and was being dragged away by the other.
Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, Your Grace.
Just takes the speech, just going like, oh no.
Can you tell us aught of Arenvald's condition, Your Grace? The wounded scout.
Not save that it is grave. The chirurgeons tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Shauna, Estinine, would you mind going after Alphinaud? He may need some support, from someone other than me.
Very well.
Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Picklethon.
Come on, then.
Okay. Speak with the chirurgeon who is there. I think strip is the one I want to go to then. I think. Always kind of get confused when it comes to this elevator in Ulda. Oh yeah, that was the right place. Quest for paladins. Oh. Yep. Huh. Let's see, is it this way? Yep. So we'll get my carbuncle out again. I was kind of wondering why it was just... I don't know. Why they didn't appear like the little 80 quests up on here, but I guess it's because they are not classified in the normal sense as class quests. So
I take it Alphinaud is fond of Arenvald. I know how he feels. But hand-wringing isn't going to help anyone. You had better have a word.
Instead of standing there gawping, why don't you tell your friend to stop whining like an underfed dog? People are fighting for their lives in there.
Please, tell me something. Anything. Another one come to see the lad in silver armor? Master Demi Elliot is attending to him as we speak. If you would be so kind as to wait. What did Master Demi Elliot say? Tell me his exact words.
The chirurgeons do their work. Enough, Alphinaud, this isn't helping. We need to be a little bit harsh maybe right now.
You're right. Forgive me. When we said our farewells to Arenvald, I was afraid that something like this might happen, but now that it has, all we can do is wait.
See. Voice cutscene, perhaps?
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
Let's just set it to auto advance.
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know. Perhaps I could have...
Oh, time for a snap. Oh, just push.
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better, and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next.
It's kind of sweet to say it.
And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
Nothing again. That starts another cutscene. Say not voiced one.
I know. There is nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Ahem. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the fragrant chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will.
Okay. To meet the Sultana. Maybe voiced cutscene.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Yes.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fandaniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
You need only tell me where they are, Your Grace. The Grand Companies, Your Grace. Is that wise? You don't only tell me where they are, Your Grace. I'll keep your ass.
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
I feel like the game is kind of slow to load right now. There we go. Okay. What do you have to say, LSA?
Right, then. Unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. And that includes you, Alphanod. Aaron Valt is in good hands here.
Of course. He would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire, then, that we might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement, then, I shall let Kryl know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. It will be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking him, and thank you, I shall look forward to it.
Is it Destiny they're talking about?
Our comrades eagerly await our return. And Kryl, in particular, has a few matters she is keen to discuss, one of which concerns you, Estanine, believe it or not. You will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Baldessian woman. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we?
Stian, don't you want to join the science or something? We could use your help. After all, you are a pretty powerful fighter, after all. I think he might actually, if he were to join us, he might actually be I think maybe the strongest like melee fighter in the science if he were to join, because we don't really have a whole lot of melee fighters. I think the only one who would really qualify like exclusively combat or melee combat is Thancred, but he is more of a tank, I guess you can call it. So yeah, like I guess technically Gratia would also do melee combat, and LSA also is able to do a bit of melee combat, but it's not really her main focus.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time.
Kryl, what is it?
Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
Hey.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
That is a good question, actually. Ah. That is a very good question, actually. Guess it was actually at the end of the Dragon Song War.
When you regained her blessing, was it not? But never since. Not in all your time in the First, when you faced the Unsundered, the very heart of Zodiark.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own, and as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number.
Will you join us?
And so I must ask you again. Will you join us?
Oh. Please? Stydian. Do it!
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Hell yeah.
Thank you, Estinian.
Yes, he's part of the science now.
Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
A new member
And
soon.
now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
At least it was pretty early that we got another member. Got like...
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Charlian, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
So, I mean, we did get Graha at the start of the previous patch, I believe it was. So, that's, I guess, 2 new Scion members in a very short amount of time.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, what is Xenos doing, I wonder? Assuming it's Xenos. That's a lot of weapons. He is trying to find a weapon that he likes. It seems to have got rid of the katana that he had before, after all.
Well... does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or... could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord! We have only to wait for them to quicken! Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The
Yes, you know
hour
what?
draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use.
Sure, most of these weapons you
Which
can actually
brings me
get.
back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting, though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
What is that weapon? Don't get to see that, I guess. Tataru?
Well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons, not that they ever seem to be anything but. Thancred's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm. Which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. But when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, than you lot, more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with a primal in the near future. But for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in. And gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the scions who risk life and limb, like poor Aaron Valt. I wish there was something we could do for him. But we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. It wouldn't do to have him come back to a complete shambles, now would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know.
Okay. Not for naught. And we don't get any title from that. But it seems like we're gonna get one from the last quest of... Gotta bring this. We'll check that reward once we get there. Okay, the company we keep. I believe it's just 3 quests left, actually now. Yep, 3 quests. Company we keep. Unofficial business and Death unto Dawn. Title of the patch as well.
Ah, Shauna. You're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. If you came hoping for tidings from Kryl, I'm afraid we're still waiting, but we do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says. Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Hoary Boulder and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the beast tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Ulda's progress with the MLJAA, Gridania has opened negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. All of which is obviously very encouraging. But with the Telephoroe still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard.
Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. A council meeting is due to be held in Alamigo, and your attendance is humbly requested.
Why is it always in Alamigo? I feel like we used to do it in Gridania most of the time.
Ah, we were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda?
I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments, and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Telephoroe, in concert with our new allies. The beast tribes have also been invited. it is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe.
So the alliance would bring all of the beast tribes into the fold at a single stroke. An ambitious plan, given the delicacy of the negotiations, but mayhap an expedient one, considering the threat we face.
Indeed, my lady. And for their part, I am told the beast tribes have agreed to attend. If the Scions, too, are present, all of Eorzea will be represented.
We'll go.
To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically but practically. Pray inform the Alliance that we would be honored to participate. We shall make for Ala Mhigo without delay. Then I will bear your answer thither with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and Wishtala lead our contingent. Given how long you have worked to end summoning, it is only right that you be present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we've all played our part in that little endeavor, don't you, Shauna? All present may rightly claim a seat, I do quite agree. But by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Imeric will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated.
Don't want to meet your old friend Imeric?
Very well, then. While those with a mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make for Ala Mhigo. Shall we?
Thing. Okay, off to the resistance quarters. Quickly skim through the amount of steps in each of these last 3 quests. It's actually not a whole lot of steps. I think the most that was in one of them was maybe like 5, I think.
We have been expecting you. While some few guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in?
That guy right there is giving me a heavy like Kingdom Hearts vibes, honestly, with their outfit. Huh. That seems like a voice acted cutscene. Sylphs. And several other beast tribes. That's a lot of them.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Also just going to do that.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Ah! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay! Freed our people must be!
Okay, let me try and think here. We got 4 of the beast tribes from around the Bourne. We got the XIV, the Sahagin, the Sylphs, and the kobolds. Actually, we also got the Avalja, so we got all the Realmborn tribes. From Heavensward, we got the Vanu and oh yeah, in the Vath. We don't have the Mughals, but they didn't take. I guess they counted as a tribe, but not in the normal sense, I guess. And let's see. From Stormblood, because Shadowbringers doesn't make any sense because those were all on the first. But from Stormblood, got the Ananta, who is makes sense because they are in our area or in like Eosia. But we're missing both the Red Kojin and the Namasu. But the Namasu were could be kind of seen as the same as Mughals, as in they are not hostile. And the Kojin, I guess, doesn't really need to be here per se, because yeah, I don't know. Maybe not needed here, but yeah.
We too would see your kin liberated, but ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Well said, Sada.
Y'shtola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
Oh my god.
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little tricky like deals, perhaps. Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eosia's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future, as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the XIV, the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets! Pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise be!
And there seems to be unity between the different people
It's
of
taken a
Eorzea.
while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the Scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
Is it going to be us? God damn it. I would call it... One moment, please. Call it the Grand Company of Eorzea. Let's go with this one.
Might I suggest the Grand Company of Eorzea? I remember a certain someone pondering it once upon a time, and it seems as fitting a name as any.
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
It's probably something that Alphino thought of.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Okay. What do you want to talk about, Alvino? The cutscene, I'm guessing that's really just going to be a... What was it?
Well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was as heartened as anyone to see the peoples of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come, of the sacrifices that would be made, and the lives lost. Inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step. The first of many. Many and more.
Stats?
Elder Seed Seer. How might we be of service?
I seek Master Alphanod's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade, the better to predict the coming of primals, and so you will be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides.
Communities such as the Beast Tribes.
Just so. It is our hope that we may make use of the Sylphs' established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If the Sylphs are to perform their task effectively, they will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force.
An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less.
The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphanod. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm.
In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception, one intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests. And I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate.
Mayhap I ask too much of you.
Not at all. You may count upon my assistance, for what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves.
You have my gratitude, Master Alphanod, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance, and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt but that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telephoroe and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends.
Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out?
As you got to ask. Can't think of any excuse not to, so yes. Have to ask.
Thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence.
I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it will be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. Then mayhap Jiraiya can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events.
We should be glad of your company, Jiraiya. I shall explain the details on the way.
Okay, speak with Elsie.
So, what's the plan? brother mine.
Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Ul'dah, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization.
Hello Jonas, welcome to the stream.
And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be the crucial question, namely, why? After the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us while others did not?
Near the entire 3 hours just loading. I mean, I have no idea who's like watching the stream unless they type anything, so yeah. I would have no idea of knowing.
I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new grand company together? And that this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested.
That is my hope, yes. But the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandoned the cause would welcome my inquiries.
Then Jirha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith.
A fine suggestion. Have care, however, certain of my former comrades are of questionable character. So keep your wits about you, and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. If you have no objections, I've a mind to begin by speaking with Ryal and Aliene. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at Castrum O'Rines. Let us seek them out there.
Always trying to tune into everyone, and then you're just switching between POV to POV. Alright. Okay, so we need to go and speak with Ryal at Castrum Orients, or however you pronounce that. To be honest, some of these, like Castrums, I have no idea how it's pronounced because it's Guardian words and they have some weird words sometimes, to be honest. And they are. Ah, well, you're there actually.
Well, look who it is. And what brings you two here? Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking. I have been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So ya want to know why we decided to stick with the science, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that.
As I once explained to Shauna, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away. But when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it?
Nothing, that's what. As for me own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions have something in common with me old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak, that was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time's gone on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hoary Boulder to Mistress Tateru, we've all of us got something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain. Cause we believe there's more important things than that, things worth protecting, which is what Bane Sion's all about. I am at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me. Shauna, could you?
Give us your thoughts on the Crystal Braves. When do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? Let's go with that one. That kind of gets the point.
Well, it's found in ideals were something to be proud of. But ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both.
Ours was quite a disparate band. And while I will never forgive Ilbert, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts.
Just a pity he was doing it for all the wrong reasons. Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band o' misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense o' purpose. And why? Cause Tateru sifted out all the glory? Hunters for they made it through the door. I see. So while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again.
Okay. So now we just got 2 quests left. We're done with the Shadowbringers. All of Shadowbringers. Unofficial business.
Well, I think we have taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I am conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned.
Okay. Oh yeah, I don't even need to teleport, I can just turn after all. So, where in Gridania is LSA located? Is it in New or Old Gridania? Guessing possibly Old Gridania, but I honestly have no idea. I didn't really look at the map that short amount of time that I had it open. But I don't even think I could see anything based on the map. It's in Old Up at the Lancers Guild. Okay.
Thanks to Tater's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty.
Okay, I can actually turn around, so that means either we're going somewhere else, maybe a cutscene's gonna happen.
Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphanod, some of their comments were harsh.
I can well imagine. But their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on ahead to Little Solace and seek out Elder Friction. I will join you anon.
Okay. On to East Shroud. Guessing. And find Frick Show. Intro, okay, cutscene.
Ah, welcome, Brave One and friends of Brave One. How good it is to see Walking Ones again so soon after the meeting.
It's gonna have to listen to the Sylph's way of talking again. It's been a while since we last spoke. Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? Let's go with that one just for the fun of it.
No, no. Be at ease. It is true that these ones once delighted in making Walking Ones dance, but no more. Horned One Gani Sena said that Walking Ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones, so these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telephoroui. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice Walking Ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh. Another pretty silver-haired one? And in quite a hurry, it seems. Elisa. You must come quickly.
Oh?
Whatever's the matter, Alphanod? Don't tell me, you couldn't read my handwriting.
What? No. A Twin Adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlayan has sent an envoy, who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment.
Oh.
An envoy? Could it be that Kryl has managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough. But there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seed Seer.
Really? I can see why they might want Scions to be present, but us specifically? Wait. It isn't who I think it is?
Could it be their dad, maybe, or something?
It is. I could scarce believe it myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told that it was one Fortune Alt Leveler.
It's their dad.
Your father? Well, now. The fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be surprise enough, but him? Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously.
That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members? Unless he volunteered for it.
It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being?
Perhaps. But he has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us.
Indeed. And whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Frickshow, loath though I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies, along with my report. Never mind. There will be time to talk later. This one won't keep Walking Ones from more urgent matters. Go. The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seed Seer awaits even now. Let us be on our way.
It's been a while since we last went there, I think. Last time I can remember us going to the Lotus Stand is... God, all the way back in... I think it was like at the end of... Sword. Back when Nero appeared and was like, hey, let me help you deal, or basically find Omega. You can deal with the whole business at the end of Heaven's Ward. I think that might have been the last time we went there. Like, when it came to all of that, because I don't remember going there during there we go. During any of Stormblood. Might have been very early on, but I don't think we really went there. We have not been there during any of the
Welcome,
Shadowbringers.
Warrior of Light.
Yeah, see the tears inside.
After all this time away, it will be good to see my father. Even if it is at an official meeting.
99 may seem like rather a lot of members, but before the Forum was founded, every person of age in Charlayan was given equal say in its governance. Many of the institutions that are still active today were established by the people's vote, not least the Studium. As Elisai and I were constantly reminded during our time there, it is an example of what can be achieved through absolute democracy. During my time in Charlayan, I heard much of Fortune Alt Leveler. He is a gifted speaker, known amongst other things for the uncompromising application of forum policy.
My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Fortunalt's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Kryl permission to request Charlayan's aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover.
I would not be surprised if this is a voice cutscene. That has to be a voice cutscene based on the, like that camera, these camera angles and such. Also, just it's Alphino and Alisaie's dad. They have to have had a voice actor for him at this point.
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
Fortuno. Yes,
it has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisoix, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
Okay.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Charlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life. Who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Charlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole.
This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald, one in which Charlian will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Charlian. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Charlian. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
Better to fight and fail than wait for the axe to fall. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. It is in your power to save us. Use and you condemn us all. Let's go with this one.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike her, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Charlian and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alisaie, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What the fuck?
What?
Father!
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
What?
Master Fourcheneau, while Charlian may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Charlian's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Just disown them, I guess.
Wait!
Don't bother, Alisaie!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
I did not expect that. Ah.
So that's what he came here to say? That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telophoroi? And as for the rest?
Like it or not, this was the Forum's decision. To watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger. And as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't.
To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Fortunault who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. Their decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed. And so we shall face the Telephoroe without their aid.
Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel, as they are wont to do? Shauna, has Master Fortunault arrived yet?
Yep.
Then it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject, without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master Fortunault's performance. When he said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. But what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end, and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know, but something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Telephoroe as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here, when the time is right, of course. I am aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements.
I've always wanted to visit Charlene. Please do. Well, there are one or two things to take out first. Get up here first. Let's go with this one.
After which, assisting me will seem a sweet relief, I'm sure. While you attend to matters heroical, I shall see about securing entry for you all, and will let you know when everything is in order. Take care in the meantime, won't you?
Your speculations give me cause to hope. Yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible the Charlians hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in them a change of heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telephoroe.
Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there is no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Charlayan intend to do if we fail?
Let's go with the muffler. Gotta be completely honest right now. The Charlians seem kind of like assholes to an extent. Yeah. I see what this is. Yep. Let's quickly make a quick player search here. Appear here. Nope. There was basically a person called Luna Artemis, who basically whispered me during that cutscene, saying, winning Final Fantasy XIV, 300 mil giveaway starting in 15 minutes, and then a link to a page which, if you look carefully at it, was actually not a link to a proper forum post. It is to a fake one, which is supposed to basically give you either a virus, steal your account, shit like that. So yeah. I think I've gotten one of those messages before or something. Death onto dawn. Get the shush emote. And I believe that's it.
While Charlayan's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions.
Grave tidings, walking ones. Grave tidings.
Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred?
These ones who went to see Feathered Ones send terrible news. Destroying Ones have appeared in Zelfatol. Destroying Ones and captured Ones and even frightful godly ones. Feathered Ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking.
When did this happen? Is it too late to help them?
Too late, yes, much too late. But luckily, Destroying Ones were only passing through, and continued on west. Feathered Ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West. That would be Kovathats. My lady, the Ishgardians report that the Telephora we have emerged from the eastern highlands of Kovathats and are marching at speed. Though their purpose has yet to be determined, the Cartino Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Imeric has already dispatched his forces, and requests our immediate support.
Hard to know. Okay.
Tell him he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth.
Well, mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartino. Wait. This one almost forgot. Destroying Ones were said to be led by Cackling Robed One. This one must see that all walking ones know. Farewell.
Asian, I'm guessing.
Van Daniel.
Who else?
Likely.
It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartino. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste.
At once, my lady. Let us away.
Okay. Gotta say, man, Alphino and Alisae's dad seems, I guess it is kind of because of like how the Charlian, especially the forum, basically works, but he kind of seems like a dick, and right now I don't like him. I'm hoping that they at some point during Endwalker, because I do believe that Charlia plays a decently big role in Endwalker. I hope that they at some point, like, what do they call, like, redeem him or something. Currently, I think most people basically see him as kind of like a bit of an asshole. It's like, he literally just went like, oh yeah, you don't have the same beliefs as you should have, according to like Charlian stuff. So yeah, you're not just disowned. You're no longer levelers.
Come on. This'll only take a moment, all right?
Shauna. It would seem Fortula here has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I have explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent.
And it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me.
Okay. It looks like it might be a voice acted cutscene. It's alive.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Can't use his legs anymore, I'm guessing.
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again.
He's alive.
Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you. Just as you believe in them.
We carry the dreams of many. We'll carry yours too. And we'll be sure to give your regards to the Telephoroi. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Some things may have changed, but the adventure isn't over yet. Carry the dreams of many, carry yours too.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future.
I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Okay. On game. On, please just look for Dania already. Thank you. Okay.
After Pickleton, I had assumed the Telephora would continue to target settlements, but it is plain they considered Zelfatol a mere obstacle on the road to Cartino. What, then, draws them to the flats? We must keep a close eye on their movements.
What do we need to do with LSA? Or I guess just the others?
I rather doubt that Fordala obtained the Chirurgeon's permission before bringing Arenvald halfway across the realm. And solely to deliver a message at that. They should both have known better. But what's done is done, and I will not soon forget his words.
You can tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of Alphinaud's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Then Cred and the others have already left the Rising Stones. And according to the communications officer, Amal Jaa and Cobalt forces are also bound for Cartino as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo, and we must do the same, by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. We should get going.
Upon joining the battle at Cartino, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to participate in the battle and view these scenes in their entirety.
Hell yeah.
Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these.
Okay, good to know.
Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost.
Good to know. Hopefully I don't crash. That would be quite annoying if I had to basically go through a bunch of this. Was there a dead cutscene, I'm guessing?
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Charlian, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Well said.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Okay. See how this duty ends up going. No, as soon as it loads. There we go. Alright. All friends to swing across.
As for the Asian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield, but has since vanished. He likely intends to watch events unfold from afar. Thus far, the movements of the lunar primals have proven difficult to predict. Even when poised to ambush our troops, they instead withdraw for some unknown reason. Whatever the Telophoroi's plan may be, the primals are our primary targets. Understood. They will not elude the Scions for long.
Okay.
We cannot allow ourselves to be stalled here.
Let's give it our all!
Hold fast, friend.
So, getting just to the enemies. Which basically just means AoE Spain. Stay with only bonus. What's your numbers? Okay, the rest of you seek out the primals. Okay.
I'll concentrate my efforts on the Tempered. With luck, I should have the chance to cure some of them.
Then I'll go west. Shauna, Alphanod, come with me. We are counting on you. Have faith and victory shall be ours. This way.
Let's get moving.
Ah, that's west. For some reason I thought
I do not see any primals.
North.
Something's not right.
The signs spread across the field. Alice and Raha take the fight to Ruffle. Wait. Do we get control of Alice? Yep. Okay, let me just quickly set this up a little bit more like how I would probably like it. It's a little bit more over there, then stay there, and like that.
Allow me.
So I'll just spam this one for
Just the beginning.
Right behind you. I should probably move over here, I'm guessing. Nice. Time to cure this emperor, apparently. Aerial depletion. Daniel, guessing, or whatever his name was. Yep. What's happening?
Do you see that? The glyph? Yes. How worried should we be?
It's kind of annoying that during some of these things they can't just have everything voice acted, because it's like you don't have time, like all the dialogue they have during the combat, you don't have time to read that in any way. Like there's no way you're reading that. And it's just kind of annoying that these cutscenes aren't voiced. It's just annoying. It's like some of the last in the expansion. It's voice acted. The fuck is that?
Listen well, and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Cartino. But now that I am here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like to the pillars of the Azim steppe, but greater in scale. Far greater. The glyphs that Fandaniel has conjured reach into its very midst. And I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption to the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm.
That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs.
Okay.
Is
yeah,
that
I'm playing as
Odin?
Urashi.
So the time has come to pit my blade against his. Follow my lead.
Just wait a second, thank you. Let me see here. It's a the caster to their same. Okay, I know how that one works. That's gonna go there for this. Okay, then we got heals restored by party members. That's a single target heal. It's damage and restores MP, it seems. Kind of thinking, move that there, move that there. These two in here, and then that one there. Is that? There you go. Okay.
Can't move.
Leave the chains to me. Urianger, it's your turn to act as shield.
I shall protect thee.
Take down Odin and make sure that the confluence does not get destroyed.
Mitre.
May the 12 guide you.
I believe I can do the confluence. Yep.
This does not bode well. We'd best brace ourselves.
Just keep spamming.
I've let my guard down.
Ugh. Such strength. It will take all three of us to protect the confluence.
But first, Cred doth require our aid.
Away with you!
The best
Stay close to me.
defense is a good defense!
We were fortunate on this occasion.
Now it's our turn.
Odin is preparing to strike again. Stay out of his reach, but guarding the confluence must come first.
Over just in the middle, I guess.
He yet stands. A glutton for punishment, it would seem.
In which case, I'd be glad to oblige him.
Okay. And go down, please. Thank you. So back to ourselves, or LSA. Meanwhile, Grantia and LSA prepare to lock swords with the Lord of Luna Ravana. And we're controlling Grantia. Luna Ravana.
That must be Ravenna. A formidable opponent, by all accounts, but so are we.
Let's see, a break I'm thinking there. Yep, it fits. So you have Foul Combo. Elegant Blizzard, which just restores a bunch of FP, just spam this one and this until we run out of mana, then use this like 3 times. This one just prevents spellcasting, movement, and other activity holding by enemies. Heals and heals in general. Okay. Let's go with Thunder first.
So it falls to us to protect the confluence from this fiend.
I'll do one of these really quick. So 4.
Like moths to the flame. We have to keep them from the confluence, but there are so many.
Then allow me. A quick casting of break should buy us time.
I have you now.
Look out.
Using the LSA doesn't die from this. Oh, that's very close. Okay,
That was a little close for comfort. But now's our chance.
I need some mana. Don't start that.
He's
Okay.
gathering ether. Jirha, try stopping him with break. I have a way of breaking his defenses, but I'll need time. Keep him occupied.
Understood. Let us hope that break works as intended.
Hey. All right, I'm ready. It's now or never.
Nice. Just spam fire. Go. Okay, does it switch back over to us? Still the same movement. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Avno and Estinian. Resolve to fight Luna Ifrit. I think it said. First primal we fought against. And control ourselves?
Lunar Ifrit.
Yes, we do.
The one Arenvald and Fordala encountered.
Oh, and I don't have my card bundle.
This one is not to be taken lightly. Be on your guard.
I did not stand in a proper location there. Shit. Thank you, Alpha Note. Let's be honest, those I had a hard time figuring out where the fuck to stand.
Whatever those are, they bode ill for us. Smash them to pieces, before it's too late. I do not like the look of that. Leave this one to me. You're finished!
If there's no immune, good.
We must fight on!
bad thing. Where did they move? Okay, I'm just gonna follow Istinian. Now it's 20% left. And more nails.
More of them. Our foe seeks to destroy the confluence, and us along with it. So, it's come to this.
It's gonna do something special, I'm guessing. What the fuck? Damn, Mr. Name.
Not what I was expecting. Gray AI.
Ah.
I will not be outdone!
As long as I draw breath, I won't give in. On it. It's time we ended this.
There we go. Yep, that was no longer synced. I'm guessing cutscene? Several cutscenes, perhaps. Hopefully voice cutscenes.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Alphino is healing someone, I'm guessing. Yep. Gallian soldier, perhaps? Could be wrong.
Glory be to Garlemald.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can. But some were beyond help.
Do not hang your heads so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker. But I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
One battle at a time. We'll get there. The very end. We'll come this far. Let's go with that one.
It really must count for something.
Is it glowing or not? Of course, we have the main theme playing in the background. Well, guess that was Shadowbringers. Just gonna go ahead and skip this because we don't need to see the credits. They're gonna take a while to get through after all. Ooh, there's actually art. That's their outfits from the first, I believe. See, how long does it take for them to basically switch to the next art? I wonder, because it takes a while. I might just skip. Takes a bit of time. Should really set up something so I can like change the scroll speed. And basically like scroll through these credits a bit faster in case there's like images that I want to see. I'm guessing it's just going to be all the signs that it's going to scroll through. You can probably find these images online. It's just going to take too long to go through all this. Plus, there's probably going to be more cutscenes after this. Or not, I guess. Maybe once we finish the quest. Let's just hear what everyone has to say first.
At the close of the battle, when the clouds parted and the moon shone down on us all, I cannot well express how I felt. Somehow, it seemed more a beginning than an ending.
The tempered that we were able to treat will be taken to the city-states for observation. As soon as the Alliance is satisfied that they're fully recovered, they will be free to return home.
It was decent of Lord Imeric to bear us home aboard his airship. The gods only know how we would have squeezed this many people onto the Bonanza.
I will recommend that the Alliance keep a closer watch over Cartino. The Telephora we may have failed in their attempt to destroy the confluence this time, but there is naught to stop them trying again.
Many though the enemy were, their numbers consisted largely of tempered beastmen, with a few lunar primals to keep things interesting. The Garleans themselves ventured little, and lost less. It has ever been the Empire's way to have others fight their battles, but even they would blush at the Teleforowi's use of tempered slaves. The Cartino Flats seem fated to play a prominent role in the history of the realm, do they not? I wonder, might the abundance of ether that flowed through the region have led the Alligans to entomb Omega there? Throughout the battle, I could not shake the feeling that all present were performing for the amusement of Fandaniel. Nor did his blithe reaction to this latest defeat give me cause to think otherwise. I can only conclude that such failures are of little consequence to his broader scheme, whatever it may be.
And Imeric.
I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Imeric. And may I say how much I appreciated the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telephora we have been driven from Cartino, 'tis like that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telephora we at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers.
A sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of etherology, we are better qualified to find the solution.
That we are. Especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There is a time and a place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends.
Gonna get a final cutscene, I wonder, with the Xenos? Into this quest?
I confess, I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to the Teleforowi's plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Teleforowi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us. For you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities. The final days themselves.
Yes, all right, Alphanod. We need a plan, not portents. As then Cred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manner of places, not least
Charlian. According to Kryl, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telephoroi, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear, the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortunald's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Charlian hath ever been the wellspring of etherological knowledge. I care not where we go. Here or there, my lance will be ready. And what of you, Shauna? Might you be persuaded to join us?
What a course for Charlene. If it means I can have words with the... I'm forgetting how his name is pronounced again. It was like Alphano? But Fortuno? Yes. An island of bookworms and bureaucrats. Have we no other choice? It means I might have words with Alphano and Alice instead.
only after I do.
Hell yeah.
If he and his friends in the Forum think we'll leave them alone if they ignore us, they're in for a shock. It appears we are in agreement. We have but to wait for Kryl to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate.
Does it involve tall structures?
By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted.
Okay. Cutscene.
You have learned the emote shush.
Cutscene seems like. Is it real Gallian capital? Is it Xenos, perhaps? Oh. That's a scythe with the Guardian emblem on. I think it might be Xenos. Oh, yep, it is.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already.
He has since become a Reaper, although I don't really know if it actually fits him being a Reaper, like lore-wise, but I guess it could also just be that he uses a scythe, I guess.
My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach.
Gateway of the gods? What? It's a spiky structure.
The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
What was that? What was that sound there at the end? Or cutscenes, or... Yep.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
the towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me.
Oh? Hold on.
Darkness comes. And with it, the end.
Adrian?
The fate of the star is in your hands.
Hello. Well, since we
Everything all right back there?
Yeah, we just got contacted by Idol, and it's been a while since that last happened. Red Moon. Solemn dawn, grim purpose shines in gazes cast towards moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what... Those texts go way too fast, I can't read them, I think. In battle? I don't fucking know, it went too fast. Okay, that's the wrong one. What? Dawn, Treader. Nice. Oh, if I am not mistaken, if we go here and main story quest, that was the end of Shadowbringers. So now we can get started on Endwalker. It's gonna be a bit before we do that though. We still have several things that I want to do. Essentially we have, and this is gonna be what I basically get started on Saturday, because tomorrow there's not gonna be any stream because I'm basically going out, eating with some friends, and then they're gonna come back to my place and we're just gonna hang out for a bit. It's been a while since we last hung out. So no stream tomorrow. Or at least Friday. But I should be back, hopefully, Saturday. Where I am gonna get started on one of 3 things. I think I know which one I'm gonna go with, but we basically have an normal raid, an alliance raid, and a trial questline that we can do. Basically, in terms of the raids, we have the even raid, we have the Your Automata, or Yorha, or whatever you want to call it, alliance raid, and then we have the ultimate weapon trial quests. I'm thinking it's probably going to be the trials that we do on Saturday, because I think it was only 6 quests or something like that. Give me a second, I'm going to just find that out. This one. The Sorrow of World is it called? And yep, 6 quests. And I believe most of them were just, it's like, first quest unlocks a trial, and there's one where we just talk to people and such, then there's one with a trial again, then there's another talking quest, then there's a trial quest, just talking quests. But I do seem to remember them. So quickly just looked at the steps in them, and they tend to have 6 to 7 steps in each of them or more, especially the talking ones, because my god, do we need to talk to a lot of people in some of these. Yeah, that's basically the plan for Saturday. Just, well, maybe complete this entire thing. It depends on if we can actually do it or not. It kind of depends a bit on queue times and so on, but 5 hours should be possible to do it, especially if, for example, Ryuko ends up joining as a healer, then it would heavily speed up my queue times. Or, I don't think that's a possibility, but Shunshun, if he has finished the MSQ, which I don't think he has done, I think he hasn't completed the LSA and Alphano stuff yet in the beginning of Shadowbringers. I think he's only done one of them completely, and I don't think he's done... Actually, I know he has done some of Alphano stuff. I don't know if he has... I think he finished up Alphano's actually. I don't know if he has done LSA yet. He might have, so he might actually have finished that, but he still has a lot left, so he's not gonna be able to help me anytime soon, at least. But yeah, plan is basically just unlock or do this entire thing, and yeah, that's basically the plan. You're just gonna have to stand there for a while, Alphano, because we are not talking to you. It's not for a while. It looks like all the science are located here. I don't see anyone that's missing. And I guess there is taking trial, but she's just not here at all. Anyway, I'll just do this, and I'll go ahead and start ending the stream because this has gone like 2 hours over time because I decided I just wanted to finish up the entire MSQ today. Because, yeah, it was technically supposed to have been like the 5.5 supposed to have happened yesterday, and then 5.55, aka the last quest, was supposed to have happened today. But then I ended up not being able to stream yesterday. It's my headache. Anyway, let's see who I should raid. Oh. Raid. Maybe you? I mean, you have only been streaming for an hour, and you usually stream for 4 hours. Yep. Go with you. So I am thinking that we are gonna go ahead and raid Boompen. I spelled raid incorrectly there. So, yeah, Boompen is currently streaming some Celeste. Yeah, that's what they're doing. But yeah. As I said, I should be back on Saturday. Saturday, and then I don't fully remember when it was, but I believe it was Tuesday next week that we're going to be doing some more why am I playing on that now? Stardew Valley, a collab that I did Tuesday. So yeah, the plan is basically, I think, to do that again. So yeah. I guess there isn't really much else to say, so yeah. I guess I'll just see you guys hopefully on Saturday, and if not, then I guess possibly Tuesday next week. Unless that doesn't end up happening. Or if it's a different day. I don't remember. But yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll just see you guys next time. Also, thanks for the follow, Nico. And thank everyone for watching the stream. Even if you were just lurking, still appreciated. Yeah. Guess until next time, guys, I'll see ya.